All right, good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. May the 4th be with you. Welcome to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. I'm your host and pilot, Uncle B. Today we are departing from Seattle, Tacoma, and going to Ted Stevens Anchorage International. I know this says 4.5 hours. I don't think it's going to take us 4.5 hours to get there. But once we spawn in, I will change the time. It's being a little bit fussy this morning. I don't know why, but we'll manage. Get some light on the subject. We'll get our flight plan in and all that. So, and Jody is joining us today. She'll be in the A320. I'll be in the 737-800, and we'll get there. So give a couple, well, not a couple. I started a minute late, so we'll go to 6:11 for people to come in and say hello in the chat, and then I'll catch up because we got a nice long taxi to our departure runway of 16 left. We're way down here, which is the area that Delta, we're flying as Delta today. This is a real flight. We're going to go all the way up there to 16 left for departure. Should be. Now, of course, we know when we spawn in, the sim has other plans. So, but yeah, we'll get there. Yep, I know you're there. I saw you. So we'll wait to see if anybody else pops in and says hi, and then we'll get started. That way I'm not trying to pay attention to the chat and try to get the aircraft set up. Today's flight brought to you by Parasox Airline. Parasox, just because you have a pair of socks does not mean they have to match. Scruffy Tam will be streaming later today. He's doing a flight, the Anchorage, or not Anchorage, the Oregon Trail flight, legs 3 and 4. So, I fixed the, this should be our route for those of you who, but Seattle, we're on runway 16 left. Hold on a second. There you go. I'll be on 7 right today, so all right, about 6 minutes. Well, I have my tea. Had to Paula left some landmines for me in the hallway this morning. I find him in the kitchen laying under the table, and he just looks at me like, "What? I didn't do nothing." Likely story, pup. Likely story. All right. So yeah, when we spawn in, I'll advance the time a little bit so we have some sunlight. Hopefully the weather will be halfway decent because we're going to go up the Canadian coast here. Basically, we're going to kind of be right off the coast here, and then we'll turn in between. We're going to come in. It's kind of hard to see because we're going to kind of come in through here, if I remember correctly. But once I see, I can't advance the time right now. I don't know why, but that's all right. We'll get to it. I can't even change the flight conditions. It's like locked in. So kind of weird, but I didn't want to have to restart everything. But if it's acting funny, I may have to exit the sim and restart it. So that may put a, because it's not behaving the way it normally would. Is there like a pause stream? No. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens when we get in there. All right, about 3 more minutes. See if anybody else pops in and says hello. Oh, we are on, I forgot, East USA server. I wonder if that's why. Well, we'll see if we can override it with the flow thing. All right, about 2 minutes. Say hi, please, and thank you. Otherwise, I'm going to have to need this. Might as well get this on. All right, got my controller for the camera. I'm going to put that somewhere where I can. And I'm running out of room on my desk already. I'm going to have to get like a little table or something next to me or something. All right. All right. In the final minute, saying hello. If not, I'm gonna have to exit the sim real quick and restart it, and then we'll get going. See, now Nightbot's working. I had to reconnect it to my Twitch, so it's working now. But the server, I guess I could change that. That should work now. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and get things started here. Let's see what happens when we spawn in and get things going here. Get the Flow app opened and get excuse me. Yeah, that should work right about there. What's it look? Yeah, that looks good. Oh, nope. See, it reverted back. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know why it did that. No, it will not let me change it. Okay, there's a problem then, because I don't want to fly it in the dark. All right, I'm gonna exit out real quick, restart. I'm gonna try to do it so fast that we don't uh, lose the stream. Yeah, I should have looked at that, and when it wasn't working, I should have done it before I went live. I blame the landmines that Apollo left for me outside the door. It's his fault. Let me leave the group, and then I'll get you to join on me, Jody. When see that's what it was. Okay. Uh, invite to group. I think that's what the problem was. All right. See, now I can change everything. Interesting. So we may not have to exit the sim all the way. Yeah, see, it was on. It's acting a bit weird. All right, let's make sure 1-6 left is still our. Oh, yep. All right, let's go. Yeah, because it made you the group leader. I couldn't change anything. Aye, Jody. That's one demerit. No wonder why. I'm like, why can't I change anything? All right, here we go. No, not the weather. Weather's fine. We want to change the time. Why does it keep... There we go. All right. There, that's better. Now we can see everything. Perfect. Get our lights on while we're... Okay. Let's go ahead and get our... I got to change that too. See, it says altimeter 2959. Now my keyboard's not working. Yeah, something's definitely not right this morning. Let's see. See, I can't even... Now I can't change the... So if I hit the B button, it automatically puts it back to standard. Something's not right. All right, we're going to have to do it the... All right, let me see what the weather says. 299 or 2. That's interesting. Okay. So getting a conflicting... Live weather should be on. Oh, that's why. Okay. Still had it under. All right. Boy, this is. Oh, it got dark. Okay, that's why. It's cloudy. Okay. Well, that's all right. Six left. Import the weather. All right. There's that. Oh, let's put our TCAS on real quick here before I forget. Get a little light on the subject. There we go. Now we can see everything. Okay. That there. All right. Let's do this. S E A root P A C. It says 340. That's interesting. I put in for 360, but we'll see what happens. Load. Come on. Boy, it's really activate. Execute. Zero fuel weight. Cost index, it says like 5. That doesn't seem legit, but that's what we're going to put. And I'm going to put 360 here. I'm going to try fuel was we're going to put that in. We're going to try that. Put that in 8.8. And we need our cruising wind. Oops. 188.019. Execute. Select outside temperature. Go back here. Oh, we got to change that to 5. Okay. 47. I'm gonna kind of set the fuel 2/3. That should get us. That should be more than enough to get us there. All right. Departure and arrival. Departure. 16 left. Using. That's the one we want, and we're going to go right there. Execute. That should be our plan. Yeah, Ari. Okay. And for our arrival, we're going 7 right via this one, and we want the transition to be at, I think it's Elias. I gotta look at the chart. Yep, that's what we want. Right there. Wait a minute. Interesting. Arrival. 7 right. Via this one. So where would the other? Oh, I wonder if it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's what we want. And then this one. There we go. All right. Okay, I think we're all set. Let's get our data. That there. Oh, we got to get our flight directors on. Almost set, folks. All right, there we go. Get that there. We got to get our speeds in here. Take off. 1, 2, 3. 5.35 on the trim. Close enough for government work. All right, there's that. I think let's get our get all that set. Our landing runway length is 12400. 2400. Elevation is 132. 132. Got that. We'll set up our ILS once we're in the air. Actually, we can do it right now. 11130. All right. Let's go ahead and start talking to. Oops. Forgot I got to turn that off so I can get. All right. I think we got everything else pretty much set. Let's go for pushback. Please and thank you. One, 5, 6. Let's put that in for there. All right. Jody's already on her way to the runway. It's right way down there. Once we're backed up a little bit, we'll get turned to the left or to the right, I mean. Yeah, that's sufficient. What the deuce? Oi. Now check this out. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and get use our Copilot for ATC. Clear out of that. Now check this out. If I go here, I go to charts, departure, I go to airport right here. I'm right there, and we're going to go all the way up there. So we'll zoom in. Well, first we'll make this. So that's our whole, we got to go all the way up there. So we're going to follow the blue line and see. All right, let's go. Oh, gotta get her handy dandy hub down. All right, the ad should be over with. Go ahead, arm the auto throttle so I don't forget that. That on. I think we are good otherwise. I don't think I forgot anything. Flight directors are both on. Auto throttle's armed. Our keyboard is working as intended. I'm going to take off first, Jody. Captain's discretion. That shall be me. Thank you kindly. I'm the lead singer and driver of the airplane after all. Past the tower, we get a little crusty salute. All right, we're almost there, so we'll just go ahead and go back here. So that's our route out of Seattle this morning. We got a nice long runway for departure. All right, here we go, folks. Long flight ahead. Oh, I overturned it. All right, here we go. Straighten things out here. There we go. Let's go. I have no idea how to silence that alarm thingy. I apologize. 80 knots coming up. V1 coming up. Oh, taking a long time to get to V1. V1. Right, V2. Here we go. Gears coming up. We are on our way to Anchorage, Alaska. All flaps are retracted. Making a left turn or right turn coming up. Here we go. Jody's on her way. Make a big wide turn out of Seattle here. I can put the data, weather. There we go. Look at that. Zipping right through the clouds. All right, on our way to our end of our departure route. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and dial it in. They're going to give us the approval here pretty soon anyway. See? Jody's back there. All right. So I wonder if your route is similar to mine, Jody, or did you get a different flight route? I mean, so far you're hate when that happens. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting that it would do that because normally it seems like it's always different. All right, well, we over the coast of, or near the coast of Canada here shortly. We got big distances coming up. All right, take a look at our arrival. Go ahead and calculate our landing dispatch. We're coming in on 7 right. Got more ads coming in. We're just climbing, so once we're established in at 36,000, I may take a short break to grab something to eat. Do you still have to make a turn coming up there, Jody? No straight road for me. Oh, okay. Interesting. So part of it was the same, but now you're on a, yeah, okay. So for those of you who don't know, I picked this. For, if you if you're on my Discord, you know I follow Big Jets TV, and him and his wife went to Anchorage and did some filming up at Anchorage. So this is the flight that they took. This is the flight number, and they were on a 737-8 to Anchorage out of Seattle after a nearly 10-hour flight from Heathrow to Seattle in an A330. So if you're not following Big Jets TV on YouTube, you're missing out. I think another couple weeks they're going to Toulouse. All right, let's go. 3,400. Let's go ahead and dial it in. Oh, you changed? Did your time change when I changed it, Jody? Did your time change on your flight also? So you got daylight? Did it change for both of us? Oh, oh, okay. That's interesting. I guess because we're in the group. So I didn't think it did that. It was, but if I guess you're in a group, then you can, whoever's the group leader. Oh, okay. Good to know. So we'll talk to Vancouver Center. So we will be on our way. I didn't know that it did that. Interesting. So now we're going to transition to stay at about 0.7, 77 ish. See, that's the only thing about the Airbus that is Jody's already up at her cruising altitude back there, about 36, 35, going to 36, I think. No, maybe hovering at 35. So that's not bad. She's already there, and I'm still on my way to my cruising altitude, but that's because um, the sim will tell her to go get up there much quicker. I have to request. In theory, I mean, I could ignore it and just go all the way to 36, but then I get the, okay, it has you hovering around 35. Huh. That's interesting that it has you there, but you're at really at 36. Yeah, you're way out there. It's weird because a moment ago it was like you were on that side. Now you're over there. All right, we're almost to 36. All right, there we go. All right, we can put our brakes to there. Our spoilers are already armed. Our flaps are all stowed. All of our other information is already put in the system. We got Joseph's jump seat in here in case he ever shows up. I saw he did Train Sim World 4 the other day. I didn't get a chance to pop in and say hi. I was a bit busy, but I did notice he streamed. Yeah, we got some massive distances coming up. Look at that, 4 of them. 242, 364, 197, 209. That is the beginning of the end right there. Juliet Oscar Hotel. We will start our descent into Anchorage there. I'm glad Nightbot's working. It's about time it did something. I had to tinker with it last night because I didn't want to fuss with it today. So because this is going to be a long flight, I may See, that's weird, Jody. They still have you at about 35,000 feet. Hmm. Oh, wow. Look at that scenery. That's fantastic. All right, here comes our first big leg. Probably have quite a few ad breaks along the way. You go and have a quick couple breakfast sandwiches. Give Apollo the evil eye for leaving his mess in the hallway. I can't believe that. Oh man. Of all the mornings, he had to pick this morning to do it. Yeah, see, they're saying about now. So we took off from Seattle at 3 o'clock. Well, that's what it says, and we're supposed to arrive in Seattle or in Anchorage at 7:42 in the morning. Now we lose because Anchorage is an hour behind Seattle, so it may be about 3.5 hours actual. Oh, look at that! Jody's over there. So let's zoom out a little bit and get a little bit of a bigger picture. So there's Vancouver. We've been talking to them already. So yeah, we're just kind of hugging the coast of Canada. Let's go to full screen. And then that's where we're going to turn. So there. So we still got quite a ways to go. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, a lot of people were watching Big Jet's stream were really impressed with the scenery. Uh, they were like, yeah, that's the only problem is up there. Everything's much more expensive because it's got to be brought in, like milk and eggs have to be brought in, meat, uh, everything that has to be brought into Alaska. So the prices are way higher, but the scenery is fantastic. I can validate that. I've been there. It is amazing. Why does it seem like the lights on for the parking brake's off? It should be. Yep. Okay. But yeah, it's fantastic there. If you ever get a chance to go to Alaska, I highly recommend it. If you're into scenery, outdoorsy sort of stuff, That's definitely a place you should want on your bucket list. Got a nice tailwind. Not too not too severe, but that'll help with the gas mileage. Yeah, you're way out there. Interesting. All right, I think I'm going to try to go eat real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to put the mic on mute. I'm going to so you're not overwhelmed with the sound outside. Sometimes it can be rather loud. I'm going to I'm going to mute my mic. I will be back here shortly. I'm going to go eat. Okay? All right, I'm back. Had to let Apollo out. Give him his medicine. All right, we're doing pretty good, it looks like. Yep, cruising right along. Not quite halfway there yet. I think, thank you, Jody. That's the problem with belonging to a bunch of discords. Of course, somebody posts something and it's all the way at the bottom of the list. Where's Jody at? Jody's over there. Uh-oh. Jody's trying to beat me to the airport, I think. Question is, do I have enough fuel? I think I do. It's going to be close, though. That's all right. Tend to be, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes, but part of it, I think, is just this. I think it's the routing. Like, this should be the fastest way there, I think. But it's hard to tell sometimes. I just go with what SimBrief tells me to do. But this is as close. I think this is as close. Okay. As the route for that the flight for Big Jets TV took. I think. Oh yeah, we do have visors stored. There's this one I could put there, but I don't think I need it. Could put one up for the co-pilot. Anyway, somebody's lurking in the chat. Say hello in the chat. We don't bite. I thought Scruffy was... Oh, 09. So he's got about 30 minutes. I thought it said 08 that he was going live. He's going live in about 30 minutes. Okay. Yeah, we got a couple people lurking. Morning lurkers. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whichever may apply. I'm your host, lead singer and driver of the aircraft, the airplane. Uncle B, welcome. Say hello. Coming in right at an ad break. Sorry about that. That's how we keep fuel in the plane. Oh, I guess I scared them off. They're like, "Oh, singer, what? No, I don't. No, I don't want any part of that." Plus, he's flying one of them fancy dancy jetliners. No, I don't want any part of that either. There's the HUD projection system right there. Projects all that handy dandy information right there in front of me. A little sliver of the moon behind us. Just cruising along the coast of Canada. Oh, they're back. We're like, okay, maybe I'll sing it. Oh, I got story time. I almost forgot about that. So, yeah, I did. Oh, just a slight turn. I was like, wait a second. Why does it seem like the going off the flight path? Um, I think this is our longest leg. Yeah, 360 nautical miles. So yeah, I did say I went up to Alaska, and I went up. It's been ages now. For the National Guard. Um, our so basically, I'm gonna preface it like this. I went only because I think, no, some people will would probably say different, but in the Guard, I was working pretty much full time, but I had a government travel card, so I went basically because of that, because they needed somebody to rent. We had about 30 people going, and so we had to rent two 15-passenger vans. So we landed here in Anchorage, and then me and Colonel Foster, who was the anesthesiologist for the unit that I was working at, I hadn't gone to medic school yet. He rented the other van, and so I was basically a chauffeur. That's the reality of it. But it was interesting because so basically in the morning we would get up, we would go off post out of so Fort Richardson is right next to Elmendorf, but the Alaska National Guard has their headquarters and everything with Fort Richardson. But it's connected to Elmendorf by a road on post. But we would leave post and go into downtown Anchorage and eat at a Denny's because there wasn't a dining facility for us. Well, we probably could have gone to if they had thought about it, we could have probably eaten breakfast and dinner at the Air Force Base, the they have a nice, because I did get to go once there. Not that it was authorized, but I paid out of pocket for a prime rib lunch, which was like $13 with all the fixins, as we call it here in America. You know, potatoes and vegetables and all that, a salad. It was called the Iditarod, named after the famous sled race up in Alaska. But the food was fantastic. But we would go to a Denny's for breakfast and for dinner. We would load everybody into the vans. We would drive down to Denny's, have breakfast, come back, and then I would have to run. We had a PA and a medic or a couple medics that would go out to. We were supporting the Winter Special Olympics up there. And so I would drop them off. So they were helping out with medical coverage, especially out on the ski slopes, anywhere that if somebody fell or whatever, they could get first aid right away. But then I would drop them off, and then I would go and work at the. I remember what I was doing, but I would just basically do paperwork kind of stuff, and then go pick them back up for lunch, and then so we would have an MRE for lunch, and then after lunch for the rest of the day, we had classes on cold weather training. And so once all that was completed, that was like the first week we were there. And then eventually we had to plan. We got to go into downtown Anchorage for a day to get whatever we thought we would possibly need before we went out for actual cold weather training. And so we went, me and a couple of the other guys went and bought, we got a tarp, some 550 cord, duct tape, anything that we thought that would, because we had the premise was you would have to build a snow shelter. You'd have to, so the first night we stayed out there, we stayed in a big tent with a heater and all that. The second night, once you got up that morning, you had to go and build your shelter, and then you were supposed to stay in the shelter to prove that it would work, that you could build something and survive in the cold. So that's what we did. We now you cannot, I don't know if it's by law or whatever, but anyway, you're not supposed to cut down live trees. But where we were at for our training, there had been an avalanche, so we had all this dead wood, and so we had to learn how to ski a bit, basically cross country ski. We also had snowshoes, but we would get on the skis, and then we had like a little sled. So we would go, and what we did was we we took a sled and skied out to an area. We collected up a bunch of wood that was dead from the avalanche, and built a frame out of the wood using 550 cord to tie it all together, put the tarp over the frame, and then put snow on top of that. But we cleared, so we went between two big trees that were still standing, cleared this area. It was kind of already clear, but we just made sure we got rid of all the other snow, and then we put pine needles down on the ground, built a shelter over that, and it was fantastic. It wasn't as bad as, people think, oh, I'm going to freeze to death. No, you climb up in your sleeping bag, and you got 3 people in this small space, so all that body heat, we were never cold. So it was, I really enjoyed it. And then then after that, we had to tear everything down and just toss the wood off to the side or whatever. And then the and then we went back to Fort Richardson, and then we went into downtown Anchorage one more time. We had a big dinner at a really nice seafood restaurant. I don't remember the name of it, but it was not cheap. Um, I think I've told this part of the story before. Dinner for just me alone, and everybody paid for their own stuff. If a couple of the junior enlisted, if they were struggling financially, people chipped in and but just for me alone, I spent $100. That was clam chowder, steamed clams, uh, then I had steak and lobster tail, 2 pints of beer, and volcano chocolate cake, and all that was about $100 for me, just by myself. It was worth it though, because it was like one of those once in a lifetime experiences um, to to ever do. So yeah, it was, but it was fun. I really enjoyed it. It was just I got burned out because people would I didn't really because I rented it the van. People would say, "Well, can you take us over here?" And I was like, I'm tired because it's just you're driving a lot, whether you realize or not that that trip on and off post was it wasn't like a short. It was like about a 45 minutes each way, and I never felt like I had my own time basically um, to just relax. Um, but yeah, but that Iditarod was a really nice. I mean, I've never been in a dining facility so nice. The head chef, listed Air Force guy, I don't remember his rank, but he came out, went around to every table, including ours, and asked us how was our food, anything wrong with it, was it cooked right, did it taste good? We were like, what the deuce? We never, like, that's never something that happens in the Army. Never. They just slop it on your plate and they're just like, there you go. Have fun. you know? So yeah, it was, but it was a really neat experience. But it was just, very, very difficult not to have, and I know I thought about it after a while. I'm like, I think that's the only reason why I went was because I had a government travel card so I could rent the other van. And, but yeah, it was, it was an interesting 2 weeks. So got in a little trouble with Colonel Foster when he went to the Iditarod for lunch, and he was like, "Where you guys been?" And we are like, "Lunch? Who told you could go to lunch?" Oh, we had time, so yeah, we were on his shit list for most of the rest of the time, but it was worth it. So no, we just he was mad, but we were just kind of like, it was worth the butt chewing. But yeah, it was a like I said before. If you ever get a chance to go to Alaska, definitely get it. Definitely do it because it's you'll you'll see. We did go. Um, I did get a chance to see some of the glaciers up there, so that was interesting. Um, Yeah, it's fantastic. If you're really into the outdoors and all that, you're definitely it's one of those places you got to go check out. But downtown Anchorage isn't bad either. There's plenty of areas there along the to see stuff, and you could take tours of the glaciers, and um, I think you could even do bus tours out there and then walk around and take pictures and everything. Still working through our large chunk there. We got one more. We got two more, 197 and 209. After that, well, things are going to start happening very quickly. So, thank you all for coming in and hanging out. We get a few viewers and then they disappear. No, nobody wants to say hello. I don't know what's going on. Mick, is that you lurking in the background? Say hello, Mick. Let me know you're okay. Mick, is that you? Sir Stetson OBE, front and center. Bex, is that you? Joseph? Amela? Somebody's lurking. Scruffy, is that you? Yeah, I do enjoy. I do like. It was a great experience. I can't lie. It was. I'm glad I got a chance to go, even if I was just a glorified chauffeur. Fireman, is that you? Somebody's lurking. Is that like a? I guess that's a light of some kind. I think once we cross over this, we're technically halfway there. I think. Oh, let's have a look at it from this perspective. Click on that. And that is, if we zoom in, there's our airway. That's the chart. So next Saturday, I will attempt to fly the A320 from LVFR. They did fix some stuff. I don't know. I have to kind of tinker with it off stream to find out what is what. What's working and what's not. How do I get the SimBrief integration and all that? Does it work as we expect it to? So we're going to do a flight out of Heathrow to Amsterdam. That'll be next Saturday, barring any crazy incidences. And we're doing, we'll start that at 08 next Saturday. I was struggling to get up this morning, I'm not going to lie. And then having to clean up after the dog. That was not on my to-do list this morning, except until I stepped out in the hallway and went like, oh man. Jody's still over there. But yeah, we'll get started at 8:30 next Saturday. That'll be late afternoon, going from Heathrow to Amsterdam. That's about an hour-ish flight, about an hour or so, maybe a little bit less, and we'll get that done. So I'm hoping everything works. I gotta test that here coming up. Probably tomorrow or Monday. I'll see at least do the sim brief part. See how it goes into the system. We may have to reestablish my sim brief profile in the flight tablet for it. So yeah, we'll and then the week after that, we'll do something in the FSR 500. We're going to take off from a private airstrip in North Carolina, and we're going to fly to Memphis, Tennessee. Should be very scenic for that. That'll be at 8:30 in the morning also. And there he goes. He's going live. Oh, yeah. Scruffy is alive. Yay, Scruffy's back. Still working on more routes for Parasox Airline. It's interesting. And I'll tell you why, because I always thought, growing up, I always thought that the when you flew back in the day, well, everything I always thought was nonstop, but that's not the case from the timetables that I've got for different airlines. A lot of stuff was routed through different airports. So I still talking to Vancouver. We should be in different airspace here coming up shortly, I think. All right, 150, no, 200, 205. We're just cruising right along there. We're all the way out to 640 nautical miles on the view. So one of the things that I like about this is this, I can put this screen right here between us, and I can just look down and see basically. So that's where we're heading to first, BKA, and then Larry or Lair, and then just beyond that, coming into view, is our next waypoint there, JOH, and then Whitty is the beginning of our arrival into Alaska. So we're getting there. Under 200 nautical miles though to BKA. Wondering if I zoom out. Aha! All right, now we're under Anchorage Center. Let's see if we go back and forth between Anchorage and Alaska or Vancouver. Oh, look at that clear weather. All right, we got it. So I think by the time we get to BKA, our center tank should be just about empty. And we'll have the wing tanks will take over for the fuel for the remainder of the flight. We should have enough to get there. We would not have, I don't think we would have enough if we had to do diversion. We probably would have enough for a go round if we absolutely had to, but we'd be just, I think we're going to be just about almost on fumes by the time we get there. Because we still have 2 big legs to go. But after that, it should be pretty much we should make it, I think. I don't think we'll have any problem. Even if we're down into the yellow, we'll be fine. We'll have enough to land. Jody's right there. Oh, 5 viewers in. Good morning, everybody. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, whichever may apply. We are almost halfway to Anchorage. You missed story time. You have to watch everything on the repeat. Probably going to set this up for Monday premiere on YouTube because it's going to take a while to download. And yeah, it is, Jody, definitely. And get set up for the premiere. So it's going to take a while for it to go through all the checks and everything over on YouTube to be processed and all that. So it'll be probably Monday morning. I'll download it tonight, and then I'll probably start processing it tomorrow, so that it doesn't interrupt with anything else. Oh, everybody's quiet today. What's going on? Nobody else wants to say, hey. Oh well. Either people want to talk or they don't. That's all right. Oh, we got a headwind now. Look at that. We had a nice tailwind for a bit. Now we got a headwind. I wish we had that tailwind behind us. 41 knots, 40 knots behind us would be fantastic right now. So yeah, we'll see how I get along with a A320 since it's been ages since I've flown an A320. So watch this. I can, oops, not stow it. Ta-da! That's our little shade visor thingy. Not that I think it does much, but it looks cool. But I think it's more. We can put it all the way right there. Actually, that's kind of too far over. There you go. There, now the Copilot has a HUD as well. You just click on that and it gets rid of it. I thought there was like a an actual shade thing. But maybe not. I think that's all you got, the visor. There was an actual shade system, like a it would pull up out of the windowsill there. I guess not. That's all right. All right. We're well within halfway to BKA. We'll make a slight turn to the left. Before you know it, we'll be in. We still got, let's see, 60, about 400 nautical miles total until we get to our initial descent point. So JOH is right in here somewhere. Once we get past a layer, we'll zoom out to 320 or zoom into 320 and then we'll start getting set up for our descent. See, one thing I never, while we're cruising along here, see, I wonder if we can do, put this, okay. Should be 40, 140. Yeah, so we can go flaps 80 or flaps 5 at 180, flaps 15 at 160, flaps 30 at 150, flaps 40 at 140. So let's look at her. I can go flap 1. Once we get to here, I'll drop 1 level of flap just to get to keep this level at 210. Once flight level 160, 1600 feet is our final altitude. Intercept our ILS approach. We have our ILS frequency already dialed in, 111.30. Get another picture here. Oh, look at that. How the heck that happened? You know, Jody will want me to wait at the gate so you can get a group photo. It's like stars up there. Very faint. No, that's all right. You can take a group photo if you want. I'll wait. That's all good. Oh. I don't know if I'm like, I think I'm a little bit ahead of you, Jody, but it's hard to tell. Let's see if my, yeah, I think by the time we get there, that middle tank is going to be just about dry. And then it's going to be a, I wonder if I should have just filled it up the whole way full and then not had to worry about it. That's all right. We'll make it there. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, Sim Update 15 is quite the hot mess, it seems. They did an update, but people on the Xbox who are in the beta are having a bunch of issues. So they've had to, they got to get a fix out for that, which means that the release for Sim Update 15 will be delayed again. It's quite, I want to say comical, but it's not funny. It's a bit, it's a bit unfortunate. I think we're done talking to Vancouver. So I wonder if you're on. No, you're like way out. You're farther out, Jody. You're like way out here, it seems. I don't think you're on this one. I would think that you would be closer. I don't know. Maybe you are. I don't know. See, we're not even on ours. What if I go back to here? And see, even that we're not on it. That's interesting. If I zoom out, then we are. But if I zoom in, we're not. Interesting. 108. Yeah, you're definitely on a different path than me. I think you're farther out than I am. Well, if you get there before me, it's all good. Let's have a look. I would have given anything for that tailwind. Oh, that was interesting. Got some very wispy clouds up here. Very high level. I think I'm going to take a short break, get up and stretch, and run to the little captain's room. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Almost to BKA. Getting there. I think I'm going to go ahead and there we go. Let's go ahead and get that there. Look at that. Yeah, a little bit of high level clouds off the coast of, I think we're over parts of, yeah, we're in Alaska now, I do believe. The very southern parts of it. Yeah, that should be the, we're in Alaska now. So it's really 5:24 in the morning in Alaska. That's a little too far out. Now, when Big Jets TV was doing their stream from up there, there was a little bit of snow on the ground still in Alaska. There in Anchorage. Not a whole heck of a lot, but up on the mountains, of course, it was kind of like that. It almost looks like a volcano right there. Or a old volcano. All right, there we go. I think we are officially halfway there, or past the halfway point. Yeah, that does look like volcanic, like a volcano right there. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's what it looks like to me. Hey, that's where Maverick, they flew in there and went all inverted and did all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, I was about right on my estimation, so we'll go to the main tanks here shortly. That should get us the rest of the way there. Should being the key word. may have to see, it's weird because if we go, let's have a look while we got time. So if we have, go to our, so max estimated was 23.1. That's the normal fuel load. Max was 32. Possible extra was 8.8. So that would have been 40.8. So yeah, see, when we took off, I was round about there. So we should have enough to get there. So we're still using up the center tank before we go dip into the main tanks. So yeah, I think it's supposed to be the opposite. You're supposed to use your wings first or the center first, then the wings. See, I don't know how that's supposed to work. We'll keep an eye on things. Yeah, look at this high cloud cover. This is interesting. Another ad break coming in. Yeah, I would have thought there would have been more chatters in. Oh well, what can you do? They even had Joseph's little jump seat ready for him. Look at that. It's interesting that we're getting this kind of cloud cover up this high. Oh, somebody has said, oh. Wow. Thank you, Jody. So yeah, center tank first, then the wings. Jody has sent a little thingy in the Discord. That's the dealio. It's so interesting that they have you at, they don't have you quite at 36,000 feet. Oh well. So we still got one more massive leg. I think we'll make it. I'm confident in that. If not, we'll have to kind of do a little magic. Nothing to see there. We will get to Anchorage. We will get to Anchorage, one way or another. Wow, look at this cloud cover all of a sudden. Ah, 5 viewers. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Uncle B Sim channel. I'm your host. We're more than halfway to Anchorage now. We have, that's what's left of our flight right here. Hey, there's Bex. There's Sue. Hello. Ah, you guys are in time for the fun part coming up. Why is my... I just noticed that. This one doesn't have... tablet's not working. Oh. Anyway, it's going good. We're more than halfway there. We got one more major part of the leg to do, and then we're gonna start descending into Anchorage. We had some very nice scenery along the way. Some nice snow-covered mountains and whatnot. All right, let's switch that. How are you both? What's new? Yeah, we've had a pretty decent flight. It's been fantastic, quite honestly. We've had some nice scenery. No major issues to speak of. So yeah, it's been good. Got extra day off on Monday. Yeah, I heard about that. So good, been out in the sunshine. Ooh. Yeah, we have some here now, but it's been getting hot here. I talked to another friend of mine in the UK yesterday we were playing Div 2 together, and he said, yeah, it's been like brutally hot. I don't know where he lives exactly, but yeah, you guys are, I think you're getting hit with that heat wave again. We had rain yesterday, then it kind of warmed up, but had a little bit more rain yesterday afternoon. So what exactly is a bank holiday? I don't quite understand the premise of that. What does that mean? Not hot enough to wear a coat. Yeah. Well, I guess I know like heat, like what we get here in the States, is not normal for you guys. Uh, so yeah, it's started to get humid here, and uh, like I can't. It's to the point where I don't even wear a jacket. I have to start wearing cargo pants so I can carry my glasses with me and my phone and everything. Because normally I put everything in a jacket. But yeah, it's been warmer in the mornings now. But yeah, what's a bank holiday? I think I've asked this before, but I don't remember what the idea of a bank holiday is. I guess I'm not going to get an answer. That's all right. That's okay. Well, hopefully, you enjoy your extra day off. It started with banks years ago, had days off. Now schools and other business like special days. Oh, okay. So, like, does it mean like the banks and other some businesses are open and some businesses are closed? Or, I mean, I get that school's off, and does that also mean that the banks are closed too? So you can't like go and use that day to go running errands and pay bills and go shopping, or do you like? Does that also mean you don't get any postal service that day? It's closed, but shops now open, but have reduced opening times. No bank. Oh, okay. That just seems kind of weird. See, for us, the banks only close on like federal holidays, but stores will be open, but their hours, kind of like around the holidays, their hours are reduced, but you know, uh, but banks would be closed. Like if it's close to Christmas, then like the banks would be closed, but like Walmart and all that will be open for as long as possible for all those last minute shoppers. There's Jody way over yonder. All right, we got one more big leg coming up, 209 nautical miles once we cross Lair. Right down here. That's our next waypoint there. Now we got a crosswind. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. I never quite understood the whole premise, but okay. So does that mean you're gonna have a lay-in on Monday? Take it easy. I will be back on Monday with Jody. I think we're still flying from Madrid to Manchester. Next Saturday, we'll be in the A320. Well, I'll be in the A320 going from London Heathrow to Amsterdam in a different A320, not the stock version. We'll see if all the bells and whistles in the Latin VFR A320 work. Madrid, okay. I've got my notes already for that. So yeah, we'll do. I got to change that. I am definitely not on the Xbox Series S. So Monday for some folks is a lay-in day, I guess. I gotta make sure I find my notes for Monday. Oh, there it is, right there. Yep, got my notes already. Well, even got my. I'll be in the Ryanair 737-800, Madrid to Manchester. It's clocking in the hours on the Boeing. Let's see, how many hours do I have so far? Without this flight, I have 51 hours, so we'll be close. We'll be 54, 55 hours after this flight is over. Actually, I might as well go to 160. Once we get to Jody's clocking her hours to get her captain's rating for Parasox Airline. All right, who wants the jump seat? It may not be the most comfortable seat, but there it is. Surprised I haven't heard from Joseph. I saw he did Train Sim World 4 the other day. I was saying earlier. I didn't get a chance to watch him because I was a bit busy, but I know he was streaming. Let's see, it's going on 3 in the afternoon. He's probably sassing his mom right now. About his late lunch. Well, yeah, but thank you for everybody coming in and hanging out today. Hopefully you enjoy the flight. We will be descending into Anchorage here pretty soon. Hopefully some nice scenery once we get below the clouds. So yeah, we got next Saturday, the Latin VFR A320, Heathrow to Amsterdam. 2 weeks time, we got the FSR 500, very posh turboprop. We're going to take off out of a private airstrip in North Carolina. It's in the hills. We're going to go down the hill, zoom into the air. Then we're going to hang a left and head for Memphis, Tennessee. Hopefully that will be nice and scenic. And that will bring us to almost the end of May. That'll bring us to about mid-May. Speaking of May, May the 4th be with you for all you Star Wars fanatics. Just remember, tomorrow is Revenge of the 5th. So be prepared for the Revenge of the 5th. Let's see. So yeah, the 11th, 18th, so the 25th. I gotta see what I'm going to do for the 25th. I'll do another flying tour or something. I don't know. I really enjoyed that one last Saturday. That was fantastic there in Germany. So yeah, I gotta come up with one more. But I also, so yeah, on the 15th, 11 days from now, I gotta go see occupational therapy about my right elbow. See if they can help me get some. I mean, I've got good flexibility, range of motion, like I can do all the stuff, fairly normally. But I feel like I'm losing strength in my right arm, especially my grip. I'm going to see if they can help me figure some of that out. So I don't know that they're going to. They may just want to get X-rays first just to see how things look. I don't think I've damaged anything. It's just a sore. It's a different kind of sore than I normally get. I just got to make sure I didn't ruin anything or whatever. Have to go back into surgery. I'd like to avoid that. I don't know if they could do non-invasive. I tell you, I was tempted, Bex. I really was. I was like, it's right there. But I see the problem is my desk is already cluttered as it is, and I've got my computer tower on top of my dresser because that's the only place I could theoretically put it where it's safe, you know, that I wouldn't trip over it in the middle of the night or something and break something. Um, no, I think I've been using it more than I normally would and just trying to get like my dad buys these big jars of peaches at Sam's Club. And trying to get those open because so like you put them in the fridge and then you try to open them, but the jar starts to sweat. And so you can't get a grip on it. Like, even if I have one of those things that you use to try to help you grip the top of the jar to open it, the fact that with my right hand I cannot grip the jar enough to keep it from moving, it's like I just have no strength there. And it's a bit frustrating, but I feel like I may have torqued it somehow, and it's just like sometimes it's really sore and other times it's like not a big deal. So yoke counter, I never noticed that before. What is that? 176, what does that mean? That's the first time I just noticed that. Huh. So yeah, it's just I talked to physical therapy and they're like, well, we can't really do anything for you. Occupational therapy, on the other hand, I can help you out with that. So I want to see what they have to say, but no, I did. I was like, I could get it. I could definitely get it. But then I'm like, where am I? I have to, like, I just feel like my desk is already cluttered as it is with everything. So I don't know where I would really put it. I mean, I could find something, but it's, yeah. But we'll see. See what, still waiting on the VA to make a decision on increase to my disability. But yeah, I may get one of these days. I just have to get like another table or something to put it on so I don't. But yeah, it's weird because it's definitely a different kind of pain than I've had before, where it's just with the weather changing or something, I get that ache right in my elbow. This feels like it's something different, but I hope I'm wrong. But they'll probably want to get X-rays just to confirm that nothing has been jerked out of place or something. So, all right. Last big leg here. Then we'll start getting ready to descend into Anchorage. But no, it's weird because for a while there it was like you never saw a PS5 anywhere. And now they do have them but see, I know the trick will be you got to get it before the holidays because otherwise they're going to be sold out again, I think. But yeah, but Jody's starting to descend there. I got a little bit while to go before we start. I'm going to drop down to 320. Top of descent is coming into view right there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch Scruffy on his stream. He's doing 2 legs of the Oregon Trail. Very scenic stuff. Yeah, he started like a hour ago. So he's only doing 2 legs, but I don't know if I'll catch him on the second leg or not before he's done. This has gone quite well. Quite happy with this flight. I'm hoping I get at least 3 hours out of this. Need Yeah, we've been going for about 3 hours on the stream, so we must have been in the air for at least 2.5, 2.25. Jody's over there at flight level 270, maybe 280. I don't know. All right, so there's our top of descent, and then our waypoint right there. So we're gonna get a little bit closer. Start dropping down. Okay, you're at 280. So I just need to think that you're 1,000 feet higher than you really are. I don't know why it does that. It's very strange. Yeah, miss watching Scruff. See, I'm half tempted to pull up his stream at the same time, but I don't want to put any more load on the Wi-Fi. Trying to do the stream and watch his. It's right a little bit behind. Not too bad. Have you asked him about his socks there, Bex? Is he wearing his mismatched socks? He might be lurking in my chat, actually. Hello, Scruffy. If you're if you got me on in the background. All right, we're getting there. Yeah, we're definitely going to be in the yellow by the time we get there. I'm pretty sure of that. That's okay. Should make for a nice soft landing. Still out over the water. Oh. See a lot of 737s, especially for Southwest in and out of Birmingham. I actually saw a 747 the other day. We do get those cargo 747s in and out of Birmingham. Here where I live, not the Birmingham across the pond, the Birmingham here. And we have I didn't know this, there's a Mercedes-Benz plant here in the area, and I think they charter Lufthansa to fly them from somewhere in Germany to here on a 747. But see, I don't know if it's like their cargo, but they have seats for like their executives who are coming to visit the plant or what. But all right, I want to get ready to start asking for our initial descent there. The former coach of Alabama, Crimson Tide, he owns several Mercedes-Benz dealerships in the area. Nick Saban. But yeah, you cannot, for whatever reason, they will not allow you to plane spot at Birmingham International. Near where I live, you cannot park somewhere. Well, you could, in theory, park on top of the parking deck because, you're paying for the parking, but it's not like you can't just park outside the perimeter and hang out and watch the planes take off and land. So I guess if you want to pay for parking and do it that way, you could. I would like to get over there one of the days because they do have an aviation museum there by the airport. I've been meaning to get over there and take pictures. Excuse me. But I'd like to do that one day. Oh, Jody's descending further. She's going to be landing on runway 7 left. I'm on 7 right. Let's see. Get a little bit closer and we'll start our descent. I think I'm going to take one more trip to the little captain's room. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. You know what we may try? We may try to raid Scruffy when we get done here. It's been a while since I've done one, but we're gonna see if he's still going. I'm gonna try to raid his channel. So do sit tight. Once we wrap things up here, we're gonna raid Scruffy and give him some love. See if he'll show us his socks. All right, I think we're close enough. We're going to start our descent. Now I'm curious to see if I click that. Yep, it does it. All right, perfect. All right, here we go. Yeah, this has been fantastic. Thank you, Big Jets TV, for the inspiration for today's flight. Where'd Jody go? Uh-oh, I lost Jody. Where'd Jody go? Jody, where'd you go? Jody, you're still here? I don't see you. Jody, where'd you go? Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay. Hold on. Okay. It still says, okay. You just may be farther away from me then. Whew, okay. All right. Yeah, you may be farther out than I can see you. I can't even see your name in the clouds, so. Hmm. All right, you're still in my group, so. Okay. You just may be farther than I can see you right now. I know that's happened before, and then we see each other eventually. If you weren't in the group anymore, then I would say maybe there was a hiccup with the multiplayer. It's interesting that normally this has the same, you can pull up the same stuff as over here, but all right, leveling off at 320. Yeah, you were like you were just like over here, so I would have thought you would have been closer by now. But, oh well. Yeah, we're definitely going to be, I'm pretty sure we're going to be in the yellow by the time we get to Anchorage. I think. Well, if you get on the ground, just wait for me and I'll try to meet you up there in Anchorage. in a little bit more so you don't get overwhelmed with all the information. There's the beginning of our arrival portion right there. So once we get to JOH there, we'll start descending further. We may start getting instructions past JOH. At that point, it's going to be may drop a little bit of flap, help with our descent. Management. Ah, look at this heavy cloud cover. What's the weather like in Anchorage? Let's get an update. All right. 2943. Winds are calm. All right. All right, here we go. I don't know what happened to Jody. Oh well. What can you do? So once we level off at 2.7, we'll go down to 2.2. What time does my arrival say? 0742. I do believe. Yeah, according to this, it's supposed to be 0742. So it's about, well, see, we lose an hour, so it's that's like 4.5 hours, but it's really closer to 3.5. So, because there's an hour difference between Seattle and Anchorage. Anchorage is an hour behind Seattle, so. All right. That's interesting though, because I would have thought you would have been closer to me by now, but I don't know how they routed you into Anchorage. It's either that or there's a hiccup with the multiplayer. Sometimes that does happen. Yeah, very cloudy here. Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh, you see me now. Oh, there you are. Yeah, you were way out there then. Okay. Jody's taking the less scenic route. All right, let's go to 40. Let that ad break play, and then we'll. It should take us all the way into Anchorage. But if we get an ad break on final, I'll go ahead and snooze it. I've got 3 snoozes available, so. Yeah, really nice looking clouds here. All right, let's just have a look again at our. All right. Nothing really different there. We can just go ahead and put that on full screen. Jody must be at about 23,000 feet, maybe 24. No. All right, let's go ahead and drop a. There we go. Let's go to 12 first. See, this is where it starts getting wonky. See, it starts going all over the place. That's where I'm going to. Goodness. Fussy, fussy, fussy. All right. All right. Speed things up just a smidge. There we go. those out. So we'll be passing 10,000 feet here shortly. Oh, look at that. That's fantastic. Little turn there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We got to get a picture right there. Look at that. That's fantastic. Look at that view. Where else are you going to get? Oh, that's a pretty interesting shot. Ah, I like that. We're just going to leave it just like that. Where else are you going to get a jetliner coming through? All for the low, low price of free. Yeah, I have to say, having been to Anchorage, the views are quite stunning. As I was saying earlier, if you ever get a chance to go, you will not be disappointed with the scenery, the nature, and everything. It is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, we got just enough fuel to get there. Jody is. Where'd Jody go? There she is. Jody's got some nice scenery over on her side coming in. Yeah, this is amazing. And see all this background when Big Jets TV went up to Anchorage. All this was in the background when he was filming the takeoffs and landings there at Anchorage. Yeah, this is fantastic. Yeah, we got a little snow here. Yours, yeah, you're. Look at that water. Look at that water in the sky. Hmm. There's the airport right there in front of us. The runway closest to us, that's the runway we're going to land on. That runway right there, where you can see the blinking lights, that's the preferred departure runway. But you can use either of these as departure. You very rarely ever see anybody land on this runway over here. But we're going to go 7 right, which is the runway closest to us. And Elmendorf Air Force Base is right over there. There is a small dirt strip right here and a seaplane base right in that body of water right in there. So we're going to go out a little bit and then we're going to turn back in. We need to be at this little 160 here. So we're going to skip Elias, so we're going to line right up and we'll get ready to land. But that's our whole point if we can't land for whatever reason. But so we're going to turn, once we get up to Andy, we're going to turn right in towards Wewo. We need to be at 1600 by Wewo. All right. Yeah, I saw that picture of yours, Jody. That was fantastic. All right, let's go to 160. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to start dropping altitude because otherwise we're gonna run out of time. Drop the landing gear. Sorry about that sound, folks. There we go. So we're gonna cut the corner here. Yeah, we are doing just fine, thank you. Mm-mm. Now the question is, are we gonna get spun here or not? There we go. All right. Negative. We're coming in. All right, let's get ready for this. I'm gonna dial down 140 and we're gonna get this thing on the ground. There's our runway right there. All right. Made it with just Yeah, we're staying out of the yellow. I was a bit wrong on the, but we made it. We had plenty of fuel. Oh, look at that! Some windmills right there. Alrighty, here we go. We are on final. Sorry. That's a negative. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Look at that. See all that because he was on the runway over here watching the planes take off from 3-3 and then them taxiing once they land here. And all this, look at that. All that was right in his shots. All right, we're getting online. Negative. Look at that. Here we go. We're coming in to land. Oh, let's snooze this so we can watch the landing. We don't want anything to interrupt. Probably going to get told I'm not cleared to land, but we're going to land. I'm on final. We are on final. We're not going anywhere. We're landing. That's how we do it here. Look at that. Look at this coming in. Thank you very much for the applause. On behalf of myself and the entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to Anchorage, Alaska, where the local time is actually 6:54 in the morning. We appreciate the fact that you enjoyed this flight. Let's look at that landing rate. Oh, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Negative 137. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to turn right there. I'm not going to get. who to contact. They're like, you rat, you know what? You didn't listen to instructions. I can't say the B word, otherwise Bex is gonna go like, oh, you said the B word. Yeah, that was fantastic. I really enjoyed that one. Oh, thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. Yeah, this was fantastic. Look at that there. Where's Jody? Where's Jody? Oh, there's Jody. Jody's still on her way. And get other lights on. Oh, you're way out, Jody. Yeah, so there's the runway, and as near as I can figure it, he was Big Jet's TV was somewhere right over in here, because you could see that there's a fueling area here. They call it the watering hole, where all the planes come in and fuel up before they depart. But this is where this is the runway that the 747 Dreamlifter departed from. They landed on, I think, either this one or this runway. I forget which one. It might have been this one that I'm on. But we'll wait for Jody to get here. There's my gate right over there. That's not what I wanted to do. So we're waiting on Jody. Yeah, that was fantastic. I really enjoyed that one. While we're waiting on Jody, I'm going to get my other pictures posted. On the Discord. Yeah, that was fantastic. I am so pleased with that flight. I might as well retire. That's it. I'm done flying. That was too good. I'm done. That's it. Let me look at the amount of time on might as well get these posted in Discord. Oh. I was going to say, is that Jody? That's somebody coming in on the wrong runway. Yeah. 3 hours and 13 minutes. I like it. Yeah, that was fantastic. All right, I'm going to try to skirt across the runway where we're waiting on Jody to show up. Had just enough fuel to get here. We had enough to go around or go to our alternate site if necessary. Yeah, this was all that right there. When Big Jets TV was filming, all this was in the. Yeah, that's fantastic. So we were clear of all the runways. Jody's going to come in on this runway right closest to me here. And she'll have to turn and come back this way, I think. Yeah, I'm really quite pleased with this one. This was. That puts me at 54 hours in the Boeing commercial jet. Let's see. That should give me another 11 out of 50 medium flights between 3 and 6 hours. Yeah. That was well worth it. And I got a busiest airport in the United States. We departed from Tacoma. Seattle. We took off from the busiest airport, number 9. Seattle is one of the 9th busiest airport in America. All right, where is she at now? Jody chose the extra scenic route, I guess. Well, we might as well get over to our gate. Over in this area, farther down, is where all the cargo stuff is at. UPS, DHL, I think, flies in and out of here. And yeah, I'm really pleased with this flight. Couldn't be happier. Got 3 hours on the 737. Got another 1,000 socks in the drawer. Got this fantastic scenery. Oh, somebody departing there? I'm a little off the line. Right. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Glad you enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your bank holiday. Look at that. Yeah, that's it. I can retire now. See you, Bex. Thanks for stopping by. I don't think that gate's quite reaching. Nope. It's just stuck there. Oh, well. I guess we'll let the ads go ahead and play. Since Jody's still not on the ground quite yet. All right. We're almost there. Come on, Jody. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Just go down to what you know you got to do, Jody. That's okay. Well, I might as well shut my engines down. I don't need them on. All right. There we go. Now I don't have to. I think I know why you're. See, I don't know why I can't. There's that weird alarm, and I can't clear it out. I just think it's the routing that it's the way the nav data in for the A320 is not uh, as current as it should be. I think that's the problem because if you could build your route in through SimBrief and import it, I think it would be much better. See, I don't know where is that alarm coming from. Because it always on the A320 at least. See, I don't know why that alarm's going off. Hmm. All right, there we go. Oh, Scruffy! Oh, I appreciate it. You guys are just getting here just at the end. We just landed. We're waiting on Jody to land. Yeah, we just landed a little while ago here in Anchorage. We're waiting on Jody to land now, and then we're gonna wrap things up. You beat me to it. I was gonna rate you. Welcome in, everybody. I'm your host, pilot, lead singer, and driver of the aircraft, Uncle B. Yeah, we just landed. We had a nice long flight. It was fantastic the whole way. Just very beautiful scenery coming in. Yeah, I was gonna man, if we could, I was gonna rage you actually once we wrap things up. Tim Dog, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, we just got things done. I'm just waiting on Jody to land. But yeah, we had a fantastic. Yeah, you did. You sure did. I appreciate it. Yeah, came in and just a really amazing scenery coming in. there. I'll just give you guys a brief glimpse while we're waiting on Jody to come in and land. She's just about over Fire Island, I believe. Yeah, so this flight, while we're waiting on Jody, I'll just kind of say it, was inspired by Big Jets TV came up here a few weeks ago and filmed here. He was over on this side, I think, for part of the time, and then he switched somewhere else. I think he was over here somewhere, but he filmed from over here, and this is where the 747 Dreamlifter came in on either 7 left or right. I want to say it was on 7 right because it's a fairly long runway. And came over the far side over here. Back over here is where all the cargo stuff was. So they got there, parked, did a crew change, and I think they kind of had to reset some of the cargo. And then they departed from the runway right here, and he got it filming the takeoff of that 747 Dreamlifter, the modified 747 that brings parts around the world for the Dreamliner, the 787. And a lot of 747s in and out of here, cargo 747s. It was amazing. So I replicated the flight him and his wife took from Seattle to here. It was just over 3 hours in the air. But it was nice and beautiful. It was clear, and then as we were coming into Anchorage, it totally clouded up. And then I had a nice approach into 7 right, and came off the high speed exit right there, and then we're parked right over here. We flew for Delta today. The great thing about this scenery is, so there's a dirt field airstrip right over here. And then there's an seaplane bases right here, I believe, as well. And then downtown Anchorage is right here. See, I'm overcorrecting it. There's downtown Anchorage, and then the lights you see over here, the runway lights, that's Elmendorf Air Force Base right there. But yeah, just really beautiful scenery. Couldn't have been happier with the flight overall. Nailed the landing after 3 hours in the air. It was fantastic. Actually, I think 7. See, I'm trying to remember when, because you couldn't see. I want to say it was on 7 right, the landing of that 747, the Dreamlifter. But it was. So I decided I wanted to try to replicate the flight, and so here we are. Jody joined us. She's coming in finally on final for 7 left. The runway right here in front of me, closest to me, and then she's going to park it up, and we're going to wrap things up. But yeah, welcome Parasox airline pilots, viewers from Scruffy's stream. Yeah, you definitely beat me to it. That was unexpected. I was hoping to wrap up and join you on the Oregon Trail, and but yeah, really beautiful scenery here. Couldn't have been happier with the flight. Of course, it's still kind of, let's see, it's 7:19. So yeah, it's definitely late night or daytime here now. So they're 3 hours behind me. But yeah, really, really happy with this. So Jody's dropping her last bit of altitude there. But yeah, really. I said, Dad, now I can retire. Such a fantastic flight. I think I could retire on that one. But hopefully everybody's doing well. Appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. Sorry, it's right at the end. Jody's lagging behind in the stock A320. she took the extra scenic route today, I think. But yeah, couldn't have been happier with this flight. Next Saturday, I'll be in the LVFR A320. We're going to go from Heathrow to Amsterdam, and then the following Saturday after that, on the 18th, I'll be in the FSR 500. We're going to go from a small private airport in the mountains of North Carolina to November Charlie Zero, I think it's called. We're going to go down the hill, zoom off into the air, hang a left, and we're going to go head for Memphis and have some fun with that. So yeah, definitely, appreciate it. That was quite unexpected. Yeah, good stuff. Well, thank you again, Tim Dog, for the follow. Appreciate that. There comes Jody. Nice to see you back in the air, Scruff. Hopefully you had some beautiful scenery as well. Uh-oh. Jody has to go manual. Uh-oh. Everybody look away. We don't want to see a crash. This could end poorly. It was great. Yeah. I'm happy to see you back. I saw that and I was like, oh man, he's gonna start. I was like, oh, maybe I can wrap this up and we can get over and watch him fly for a bit. Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. You're gonna do another couple legs next Saturday. Oops. All right, here she comes. Nice. Yeah, there are some areas as you get farther in, I think they're much more scenic. All right, Jody's on the ground. Yay. There we go. She made it. Finally. Somebody else is coming in right there. Somebody came in and landed on 3-3, even though that's not that's the preferred departure route out of here. Yeah, that 740. You're fine. That Dreamlifter departed. That plane sat right there. They didn't even go up to here. They were like right there. I think kind of on that taxiway kind of. And they throttled up like they used the entire runway, quite honestly. But all right, Jody's turning off the runway or off the taxiway there. But yeah, it was a massive plane. Like it definitely, when they were parked back over here. Like they went all the way back over here and parked. And it definitely stood out, that plane. But a lot of 747s. Just yeah, it was fantastic to watch the entire time. And I think they're going to Toulouse next. So they'll be streaming from the Airbus factory, actually, I believe. All right, Jody. There's nothing to be worried about. Nothing to sweat. As Jody takes her time touring the airport. It's like, ooh, what's that over there? Ooh, oh. It's fine. All right, we're going to snooze these ads for about 5 minutes. It's fine. Manual makes it exciting. I mean, look, I had to manually land it in Stuttgart in the Beaver. That's fine. Ted Stevens, Anchorage International Airport. Yeah, this is definitely very scenic. Really enjoyed it. I did enjoy my time up here. Okay. In Anchorage when I visited here over 20 years ago. So yeah, if you ever get a chance to go, I think that's where Viper Strike's up there in real life right now. He's been posting pictures. He's had posted some really fantastic photos from his trip up here. Right here, Jody. I'm at C2, so you got C1 or C3. You're going farther. You're going past me. I don't know where you're going, Jody, but you're not going near me. You just drove right past me. Oh, I thought you said you're going near me. I thought you meant you were parking near me. Let Jody get to her gate. Looks like she's going right over there. Okay. Alrighty, folks. Well, again, Scruff, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. That was very unexpected. You definitely beat me to the punch. I was hoping to get to you before you ended your stream, but yeah, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. We'll be back next Saturday, 8:30 Eastern, or 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, about 2:30 UK time. LVFR A320 Heathrow to Amsterdam. That's just a little over an hour. It's going to be a quick puddle jump, and then we'll wrap things up. So depending on when Scruff starts, hopefully I can pop. We'll give him a raid in return. And ooh, look at that. Well, that's a nice view. If I go to this side, does it go to the other side? Nope. And you can't move around. Okay. Oh, there's 2, 3. Oh, look at that view. 4. Oh, next time we fly, I'm definitely going to have to try these. Oh, man, look at that. All right. Even the ground crew is like, yeah, he's not going anywhere. We gave up. All right. Thank you all once again, everybody. Thanks, Gruff. Appreciate it. We'll be back next Saturday, and we'll get back in the air, and we'll see you all then. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, early Sunday already for some folks around the world. I have been your lead singer and driver of the aircraft, Uncle B. Until next time, peace, live long and prosper.